It's beginning to make sense. That should be fixed. So basically, we weren't running the pathing code. Let me try and explain this. So the only time the pathing code would have been run is if the wolf was idle. So the wolves have a chain pulling mechanic where if one of them attacks, it causes all of the other wolves in range to attack as well, or something like that. I think it has a range check on it. Or it's all the other wolves in the party if it's hunting related. In fact, I should check that this is set up correctly for hunting as well. So wolves can chain pull other wolves when they attack, and what would be happening is if the wolf being chain pulled was in any other state besides idle, the old state would not would equal old state, and thus this would not be true, and therefore the pathing code would not be run, and so they would remain on their existing path, whatever that is, and once they reach the end of that path, then they would start attacking whatever they would set to attack, whatever they were targeting, even if they weren't necessarily pathing towards that thing. So this is how the wolves have been attacking at range, You could have, say, one of the wolves is fleeing, and then the other wolf decides to attack, and then he chain pulls this wolf, which is fleeing, but then this wolf doesn't perform the pathing code. It doesn't recalculate its pathing because it's fleeing, and its old state... Wait, does that make sense? We were setting its state to attack after running the pathing code for some reason, which was a bad idea. We should be doing that first. So it would run the pathing code and it would see, oh hey, I'm fleeing, and my old state was fleeing, so I haven't actually changed states, so I don't need to run the pathing code. And so then it would continue to flee, and then once it reaches the waypoint, or wherever it was fleeing to, the end, well, essentially, the waypoint may have... So I don't know if the waypoint would even still exist or not. Probably would. I don't know if there's... That's a good point. Are we doing any waypoint cleanup in there? Oh, that might be something to look into. So it would be... It would reach the end of its path where it was fleeing, and then it would just get to the end of the path, and then it thinks that it's like reached whatever target it's been set to attack, and so it would be attacking at range potentially. It's attacking from wherever the hell it's standing when it reached the end of that path, which is not necessarily next to the thing that it's attacking. In fact, it's probably not next to the thing that it's attacking. What about those waypoints? Couple of things. So they also have a chain pulling type behavior when hunting, pouncing and stuff. And okay, we're good in this case. Do I also need to do the old state thing? Probably not. We're probably good in this case because they're all hunting together. Oh, I'm doing it backwards again. No, I am doing it backwards. This is not good. And just to be on the safe side, let's do that. Okay, and there's waypoint cleanup in here, but I don't think there's any waypoint cleanup in this one, because, I mean, you know, potentially they could be pathing to a waypoint. I don't see it. What is this? What is this thing? Something that removes them from the den. Gotcha. And then let's drop our little waypoint cleanup thing in there as well, because they could be pathing to a waypoint, so that would essentially be a memory leak, because well, it depends. Potential memory leak, I think. Or, no, actually there might be a catch-all in there as well. Okay, actually I can't see... no, actually, I mean, we might as well clean the waypoint up here, because then it's instantaneous, and instead of leaving it hanging around for a while. But actually, I can't see any way that the waypoint wouldn't eventually be cleaned up. The only problem would be is if they somehow spawned a new waypoint. I don't think they can do without cleaning up the old one. because they just have this, there can only ever be one waypoint stored in the waypoint variable at any given time, right? So if that gets replaced without the previous waypoint being destroyed, then it will never get cleaned up, essentially. Yeah, we can do that just to be on the safe side, though, and then foxes are the only other creatures that have this same sort of chain pulling type behavior, so they could potentially do the same thing. Oh, not when hunting, that they're solo hunters, but when attacking they will. Right? Is that... Still on hunting behavior, here we go. Interrupts. No? Thought they had some sort of... What am I even looking at? I'm in the wrong thing, that's why. Fox conditions is what I want. Here we go. Yeah, this is... Why is this here? What is this? This is some ancient code. See, that's built into this. Oh my goodness. Wow, this has not been updated in some time then. All I'm supposed to do is run pathing ID like that. But again, Jesus Christ. Don't need any of that. There we go. And just to be on the safe side, let's do this. Was it old? Yeah, thought so. State idle. Just to guarantee that they actually run this. So that's attacking. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Okay, and we'll drop the old waypoint cleanup thing in there as well. Just to be on the safe side. What am I looking at now? Keep going in the wrong place. There we go. Alright, that should be fixed. I mean, it's a difficult one to replicate, so we'll just have to kind of put it on tentative for a while. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's fixed, but we won't know until we've played the game for a long time and not seen it happen again. I'll be honest with you, that was the first time I'd actually seen it. What was usually happening is, like, one of my tents would just be destroyed off screen or something, and I'd be like, how did that happen? I'd always be very confused, and I'm like, oh, I guess I just didn't notice the animals were attacking the tent. But actually, they were somehow attacking it at range. Well, we know how. At this point, just one of those oversights. It's very easy to overlook things in such a complex system. It's funny how complicated it is for such a simple game. I suppose as conscious beings we take for granted how easy everything is for us. When you actually have to replicate it in language, it's insanely complicated just to do the most basic things. Now the foxes will never attack the humans, and they'll never attack the tents. But they could potentially attack other foxes at range. No, I don't think they could, actually. It's still correct to do it this way, but because foxes can move, they would be running the target relocation script to check whether it's moved. Potentially, if the fox never moved, then that script would never actually run. That's the thing that tells them to recalculate pathing if the thing that they're pathing to moves into a new cell on the navigation grid. If it didn't move, potentially we could have the same issue. It's just highly unlikely that it would ever happen, I suppose. Even less likely than the thing with the foxes, which was already... with the wolves, which was already very rare. Anyway, that's good, because that was like the kind of... as far as I'm aware, that was like the bug that needed fixing right now. The thing that really just had the most impact on gameplay. Apparently there is some issue with tents not blocking line of sight for the humans, the hunters, when they're shooting arrows or shooting them through tents. Because the tents... everything that can block line of sight, except for the tents... Just had breakfast. Except for the tents, is a child of the loss object, the line of sight object, which is checked for when, hey North, how's it going? Which is checked for when determining if they have line of sight to their target or not. So I had to do something separate for the tents, because the tents are a child of the tent object, because there's 3 different types of tents. Good morning, hope you have an excellent day. How'd you sleep? So I tried to... I haven't looked at it since I wrote it, I can't remember. But I tried to write something in there to... oh damn, sorry to hear that. Where would that be, exactly? We'll be inside of the stalking and defending state. And yeah, so this it? What is this? Collision list. What are we looking for on this collision list exactly? Collision list line. Everything? Are we just looking? How's this work again? List. Object. Oh, now you do put a specific object in there. I'm checking for all objects. Okay. Might be, honestly, it might be more efficient to just do 3 collision line lists and look for the 3 different types of tents. And then collision tent false, and then number of collisions greater than 0. Then we loop through the collision list, and then we collision instance DS find value. And if get parent... what the fuck is this? Collision instance object index does not equal -100. Returns -100 if it doesn't have a parent. Okay, so if it has a parent, collision parent is this, and then we do if collision instance parent is dot object index, it doesn't even exist. So Object get parent returns the object index. I'm doing object index dot object index. That's probably the problem. I'm just supposed to be doing collision instance parent equals object tent. And collision instance stage greater than or equal to 2. You can shoot through tent frames, because I figure there's a lot of gaps in them. I don't know. Maybe we should consider the frames to be solid as well, because you can't walk through them. Anyway, that might be fixed. We just need to also do that in state defend. I think that was the mistake that I was making probably there. Because I don't think you can do object index dot object index, probably. Don't think an object index has an object index because it is an object index. So hopefully we fixed both of those bugs now, which is a surprisingly good result for the first hour of stream. Okay. Boom. And so I've been thinking about balancing the conservation mechanics some more, and I was at one point I was leaning towards changing it based on the difficulty setting, but then I was like, no, actually that's going to be too punishing, plus it doesn't really make sense. I think what I want to do is increase the amount the amount by which your conservation level goes down to 2, from 1 to 2, basically. I'd say it doesn't entirely solve the problem, it kind of just postpones the problem, if anything, or shifts the problem around. I don't know if we're actually solving the problem, because you could make camp, and then once you don't really need much fur anymore, you could save up some power, build up your conservation score again, and then just kill off all of the deadly creatures, all of the, anything that poses a threat. Anyway, all we've really done is postpone the inevitable. The inevitable exploitation that Brewer will be doing. Brewer specifically. And anyone else who chooses to exploit in the same way. I'm not sure that we're really solving the problem, but I don't know if it can be solved fully. See, I did a little playtest yesterday where I played through the first level of the game, and my conservation score dropped by about 50% once I'd gotten the camp built, and after that I was fine and I had tons of power. I could easily have just maxed out my conservation score again, and then I could have freely killed off all of the wolves and the bears and the moose and everything, and then there would have been no danger anymore. So all I really did was delay it, potentially. And you could and I haven't even really done that. You could still kill all of the animals first, and then save up some power and rebuild your conservation level, and then make camp. In fact, well, depending on how you do it. No, I mean, it's already that works that way. you could kill those animals and harvest them as well, and use the resources to make camp with even. So I don't know if we've actually solved anything. I don't know if there is a solution to this exploit, basically. I'd like to know why it's so hot in here. It's unbearable. I like to keep the windows closed so I can run the air purifier so I can breathe. But I don't have air conditioning because that's not really a thing in England. I do plan on moving to America as soon as possible though, I think. I think I'm starting to realize that this country is kind of done now. I just need to get out as soon as possible. So is there any way of preventing this exploit? If there was something to prevent the guards from attacking, like, unless they were actively defending somebody or something else, like if they're within a certain distance of camp, or within a certain distance of another human, or something like that. Because then you couldn't just pick them up and carry them across the map and drop them in a wolf den and make them kill all of the wolves, you know? That's the true solution to this problem here, for sure. Yeah. And that's basically what needs to be done. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have an easy way of, like, checking for the nearest human, you know? That's not... Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. It would require a bit of work to set up a... I don't think there's a humans map. We have, like, a guards map and a hunters map. And a shaman map, I think, and an injured humans map. Those are all tracked. There isn't something for just tracking any human. Though there used to be. That used to be how it works, but obviously that was slow. It was very inefficient. You could still potentially, well, you could still exploit by just taking a second human with you, right? And then forcing the guard to defend that human. So that still isn't a solution. I was thinking like, oh, maybe the guards only... Oh, well, you could possibly do it that way. You could have it so the guards only defend within the sphere of influence, which was my original thought, but then I was like, oh, but you also need your guards to defend when traveling to the portal. But that could be done by having the guards defend if they're inside the sphere of influence, or if a portal is open. That works, right? But then there's also the problem of like, well, what if somebody's being attacked somewhere and you pick a guard up and take it over to them to help, and then they just don't help? That's a little bit confusing as to why, you know, the guards are supposed to guard things and they're not doing it. And what if they're traveling to a stream, for example, to drink, and they get attacked, and then the guards aren't defending people? So, I mean, the best thing that I can do is sort of disincentivize it with conservation score, as far as I can tell right now. But it doesn't exactly solve the problem. If I do, you know, make it so that your conservation score goes down by 2 every time you chop down a tree or kill an animal, you will basically hit conservation level 0 by building camp if you don't do anything to replenish it. Which is kind of harsh as well, because you don't actually start out with any miracles that allow you to replenish it. One of them is in the first level, so you can unlock it there, but still a bit harsh, especially if you don't know that, right? If you have no information, it's something that would have to be explained in the tutorial, I suppose. Otherwise, it's just way too punishing to the player. Yeah, so my thought was, like, the conservation score drops more the harder the difficulty setting, right? But that's actually, like, insanely punishing, because you also have less humans on harder difficulty settings, and thus it's harder to generate the power needed to increase your conservation score. So that's already kind of taken care of by the fact that you can't regenerate conservation score as fast on harder difficulty settings. I don't know. I need a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay. It is also true that on the harder difficulties you don't need to build as many tents, which means you don't actually, your conservation score doesn't drop quite as much. But I was sort of thinking that the lack of humans kind of negated that, but maybe it doesn't really. It's hard to say. But I think what we need to do is go back to not a level-based conservation score, but a conservation score that lasts the duration of the playthrough, or the... yeah. And also increase how much it drops by to 2. And we could then potentially play around with the idea of it dropping more or less based on difficulty. Because that way we don't have the problem of like punishing the player in the early game for not having the miracles they need to increase their conservation score. You could still choose to exploit in some levels, but you're gonna lose a lot of power if you do, which could be useful for other things. It's kind of the best I've got right now. So we're gonna go ahead and first of all increase the default conservation level to 1000 starting conservation score. Make sure that's clamped correctly. Well, that was way off. Oh no, it's God power, my bad. And then we don't need to save and load it based on level, so... Noted. Portal activated. Whoa. What? That was insanely fast. Okay. Okay, conservation level seems to persist between levels just fine. It's good. And there's a wolf den right there. Wolves being added to the combatants list when attacking moose, it seems. A bit bugged. Holy shit. Oh, the worshippers are dying, it makes sense, I guess. Okay, you're gonna load the save back in the previous level. That looks about right, I guess. Conservation level went back to what it was. You could front load all of the loading, but it would that's not such a good idea, I don't think. Make the first loading screen 10 times as long and then have really short loading screens in between levels. You could do that. Jeez, we're like right on top of a wolf den. That is not good. I don't think anybody's gonna die, fortunately. Pretty crazy though. And they're going back to the shaman for healing. Holy crap. Oh, the tents are pre-built because I'm in test mode, right? Pre-placed. Yeah. Alright, seems to be working okay then. Let's check my notes. That's as good as I can do with that, I think. Right, so the hunters will just hunt moose regardless of their kind of party size, just because moose are classed as a prey animal, so they'll quite happily hunt them. No decision making in here about that? Because that's what we would want, right? Oh jeez, I just realized this is probably fucked as well. I should fix this whilst I'm here. So there's nothing actually about... Yeah, but... Okay, we wouldn't... If the moose is not provoked, it's not classed as a threat, so... We can't really... take into consideration the threat level in that case. We do know how many nearby hunters there are, I suppose. So we can at least compare against the target threat level. So if I find... wait. This one as well. Guess we could throw divine protection in there as well. Yeah, I don't think we're actually targeting it yet, are we? That's the thing. Oh, then it's nearest prey. There we go. So the hunters won't hunt anything with a higher threat level than themselves unless they have like backup in the form of other hunters or guards, or if they have divine protection. Which actually I think I would remove that one. They're not, considering they'll still run away from stuff even if they have divine protection. We're not going to want them to get into an altercation just because they have divine protection. True, true. There we go, so that's kind of solves that. Yeah, I wonder as well with like the predators and hunting stuff, you know. Makes sense. I mean, it's not really an issue right now so much, but eventually we don't want a single wolf trying to take down a woolly mammoth or something and getting its ass kicked. That would not be great. So there we go. That's good. Do the same for the other predators. don't think these guys have that because they work a little bit differently, right? Oh, no, they do. They do. Okay. Although they don't hunt in groups, so we actually don't want to include allied threat level there because their allies are not necessarily going to help them. Here's prey. Don't threat level, less than threat level. What about pounce? And then there's the bears. Same dealio. Total, wait, no, that's not right. Fuck. Wait, did I mess that up for the foxes as well? No, nearest prey dot threat level. Okay, that's good. What was I doing? Anybody remind me what I was doing? I was fixing bugs, and that is fixed. Great. Ah, wait, there's a bit more to it, I think. Not for the humans, but for these creatures. Unless I haven't actually done this yet. Chain pounds, no, it is. Wait, oh, it's past position though. Right, yeah, but they can switch targets in here, so we need to do the same thing. Gotcha. Okay. So they'll only actually switch targets if they're switching targets to something with a threat level equal to or lower than their own. Which makes sense. Okay, and then, so that's another bug fixed. This is more like hunters and predators hunting creatures with a threat level higher than their own. Something like that. And then moose not fleeing from guard when threat level less than 1. Right, why didn't the injured moose run away? What was that all about? Good question. Total threat level greater than threat level. Moose. Total threat level 0. Nearby threats. Plus equals. Threat level. Predators. Humans. Predators? Is it supposed to be threat map? Threat map. Why is this one threat map? What is going on? Maybe there's some reason it's not supposed to be that. Oh boy, let's have a look at this. Guess it's because they can be hunted? Would make sense. No, it kind of makes sense. I don't think it's bugged. I think the guard is taking damage as well, so the guards... Although, didn't I give the guard divine protection? Yeah. The guard was not taking damage. Okay. what's going on. Damn it, I need to be in test mode. Yeah, it's strange. The moose just does not run away. Why is that? I want to see the moose's threat level as well. What if there's some issue with that? Holy... What? Okay, fair enough. Seems to consider any of the humans a threat. I suppose that's how it attacks them. Okay. Oh my god. Total threat level 1. Threat level 1. Oh, the moose's threat level's not going down at all. And since when did moose have a threat level of 1? I thought it was 2. Maybe I changed it. Okay, so the moose's threat level's not changing when its health goes down. That's what's happening. So we've identified the cause, but also... what's up with that? Moose... Really, they have a threat level of 1. Okay. Alright. I obviously did that for a reason. I just forgot that I did it. So, the problem is actually... and it's probably because the moose code is based on the deer code, and the deer don't have a threat level, and thus didn't have this at all. Where even... I think normally it's in here somewhere. And I'm not seeing it. If we go to like a wolf, for example, and we see update threat level based on health, it's just straight up missing this entirely. Countdown, what is that? Walk timer. Okay. I like to keep everything in the same place if I can, so. Problem solved. I would imagine our moose are probably going to run away now. Which is what we want, because the guards and the hunters won't stop attacking them if they don't run away. They stop attacking when they start running away. If they don't start running away, they'll keep attacking them. Could there be a potential fix there? No. Could cause other issues. Here we go. Here we go! Yeah, that's what we would expect to see. The moose immediately nopes out. That's beautiful. Okay. Another bug fixed. We're doing great. Moose threat level not updating based on health. Or current health. Okay. That's 4 bugs down. And that's all the ones that I was aware of, so we can move on to some of these updates that I wanted to do. I've done that actually. Depletes. Okay. Didn't know how to spell depletes. But it's depletes. It's starting to rain. Right. So I just need to refresh my memory. Jesus Christ, I'm hungry. I only just had breakfast. Doesn't even make sense. Okay. I guess I should go throw something in the oven and it'll be ready in a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay. Waypoint cleanup. Oh, engaged wolves. Wait, what? It already works like this, does it? Engaged wolves means wolves in combat, right? What does that mean? Oh, maybe not. What even is this? Do I even use this anymore? Doesn't look like it. Hunting party has to be empty, right? Okay, it makes sense. They don't leave the hunting party when they... yeah, it seems that I think I probably simplified this down at one point to try and keep it simple, and there's a bit of necessary extra complexity to get the right sort of behavior that we have to re-implement. Okay. Yeah, they just return to idle. Okay. Oh, it's this or this, I see. Oh. Right, hunting party's empty. Or... Okay, okay. Seems like... most of this stuff is still set up. So we could just re-implement this, potentially. Hmm. Oh, I see a bit of a problem there, like getting them on the arrived wolves list. It's not too difficult, right? It's like if they leave combat when they're in a hunting party, we could just put them on that list. But there's no guarantee. That's true, there's no guarantee. It's a little bit tricky. You could perhaps move the existing waypoint. Only 120, isn't it? Usually 240? It's probably fine. Seems we have a mix of different numbers. These are 240. I like to keep things consistent. Maybe we can do that. Wait, that's for removing them from the list. I'm talking about adding them to the list. Yeah, which could only be done... Oh, I see the problem. Yeah, we can't do that. Okay, okay. That's actually perfect. That's actually really good, because if one of them gets split off and winds up fighting and then leaves combat, they'll essentially like try and catch up with the others. The only negative is that the others will be waiting around for this one to catch up before they continue hunting. Unless what? We just class them as arrived immediately when they start combat? I guess you could do that. Then it wouldn't hold up the others, would it? Would that work? I think so. Yeah, that's pretty good actually, right? Whereabouts do we clear the arrived wolves list? After we create the waypoint. Okay, that's... Okay, engaged has to be empty. Okay. Okay. So we could add them to both lists upon entering combat, and then remove them from the engaged wolves list upon exiting combat. There's actually, if you just do arrived wolves, there's no need to do both. If we're gonna do that, you can just do arrived wolves, right? If you class them as arrived when they enter combat, if one of them enters combat and the rest don't, we don't spawn a new waypoint. We don't destroy the waypoint. Or spawn a new waypoint. If they all enter combat, then they all class as being arrived, and it destroys the existing waypoint and just spawns a new waypoint immediately, and then removes them from arrived wolves. I think that actually works. And we don't need this engaged wolves thing at all. That's the simplest method that I can come up with. We just add them to the arrived wolves list when they enter combat, when they attack something. We want to do that if they attack tents as well. And then, oh, you got to do it for the others as well. Like that. Right, so let me just run through it in my head. So we got like a pack of wolves that are out hunting. They're going to a hunting waypoint. They all enter combat, so they all get added to the arrived wolves list. And then it's like, okay, that they've all arrived. So we destroy the waypoint. And then it's like, no waypoint exists. All of the wolves have arrived. They're in a hunting party still. And engaged wolves list is still empty. In fact, the engaged wolves list just needs to be completely removed from the game because we don't use it. And and then it spawns a new waypoint and it puts them to idle. Oh, that's okay. We can't do that. We can't put them to idle. Everything else is okay, right? Why are we putting them to idle? I don't know. Just to make sure they all start hunting at the same time or something? I don't think we should do that. But does that break something else if we don't do that? Because we can't put them back to idle when they've just entered combat. That's going to mess things up. In fact, it's kind of going to create an infinite loop. It is going to create an infinite loop. Why do we do that normally? I mean, I don't think it really causes any issue not to do that. What are they going to be doing anyway? Just hanging around, just kind of idling, or possibly wandering. Yeah, we might need to. So we got. Is this the thing that creates the hunting party? okay. And then, because they could be wandering, which isn't a, I think that's the only thing they could really be doing, right, is wandering. Not really a big deal. But rather than forcing their state like this, we could just have something inside of wandering. Where if they get partied up, like if ds list find index something like pack dot hunting party, right? ID does not equal -1, and I suppose we should also check that instance exists. So first of all, check that pack exists because we're going to reference it, and then check that pack.waypoint exists, and then check that they're in a hunting party, and if all of those things are true, then return to idle. We could reset the walk timer as well, I guess. Not sure if we really need to do that, but because that's, I'm pretty sure that's the only other thing they could be doing. They could be either idling or wandering, and then they get put into a hunting party, and the group waypoint gets created, and then they start hunting. But now we have this additional thing of, if they enter combat, they also get added to the arrived wolves list. If they all enter combat, it destroys the waypoint. If the waypoint does not exist and they've all arrived, the hunting party is not empty and there are no engaged wolves, and it's nighttime, we create a new waypoint and clear the arrived wolves list. Seems good, right? I can't see any issues with it. We kind of need to test it to be sure, but I think that's pretty good. I think it's good. Again, it's kind of difficult to test this one. It's not too bad. We can test this one. So Let's go into object wolf and make them all hungry by default. So basically this means all of the wolves will hunt on night 1 because they're all hungry. And then we just need to get them in combat. And see if there's any issues mainly, and if there are no issues, check that they correctly spawn a new waypoint. Yes. We may not necessarily be able to tell if that's working or not right away, but we'll see. Okay. So here we see, this is not going to be a good example, because there's billions of humans over here. And now, oh my god, the wolves are attacking the other wolves, and that's adding them to the combatants list for some reason. Oh, this is not proving to be a very good test. Well, I suppose we can see once the... Jesus Christ. I guess they got something over there. Oh my god. That's absolute chaos. That was not a very good test. Oh, my food's ready. I forgot I was even making food. Okay. Right, I guess I'll be back to test this out after the break. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in a bit. How we doing, folks? I'm back. Alright, let's see if this thing's working. Okay. That was not very helpful. Okay, these ones at the top. We can clearly see that they went kind of down and right. And now... oh, fuck. It's actually not easy to test. You know what, it'd be easier to see if I drew something on the screen. Oh. Right. I feel like that's Brewer's catchphrase. Oh. That was pretty unlucky. Maybe I should prevent the... Let me write that down. Prevent the moose from spawning so close to the wolves, because they could just be attacked immediately like that. Okay. So person. There we go. It's kind of working right, maybe? Not quite sure. Not the most conclusive test in the world. It's a pain in the butt because we've got slow loading times when I'm running with virtual machine. I think you made a good point about this sound. Probably shouldn't be positional. Okay, here we go. This should be a good test. Huh, so it didn't even change. Okay, so it's not working. Oh, okay, it did change that time. I think if we made it so only the ones in the hunting party actually do that. Okay. That seems pretty good. So every time they attack something, they will respawn the waypoint. That's great. And I mean, on the whole, it seems to be working. They're still hunting and everything seems good. What are these guys doing? Yeah, okay, so, you know, it's just because sometimes they'll spawn a waypoint and they're going to it and they like wander straight into camp and we fight and then they run away and then they just keep trying to go to the same waypoint. At least this time they have a chance of like spawning a waypoint somewhere else so that they change directions. It's not guaranteed, but I guess after enough tries, they will probably wind up going in a different direction. So that's nice. Do I still have a bunch of debug stuff enabled on the moose? Because I definitely don't need that anymore. Seems good. Alright, so we've done that. Not quite sure how to explain this to the player, because the player has no idea that there are waypoints, or it's all behind the scenes, isn't it? So how we can just say like wolves, something like pick a different direction. Change hunting direction, location. Change direction if hunting. Change direction when entering. No, this doesn't make any sense. This is so confusing. How do you explain it? Hey RSVP, how's it going? I'm trying to explain this change to the wolves' behavior, where if they're hunting, they have like a group waypoint that they all kind of go to, but then if they enter combat, we respawn that waypoint potentially somewhere else to give them a kind of a chance to change direction, because before they would be going to this waypoint and then they would get into combat and then they would like run away and then they would just keep going back to the same waypoint and get in combat again, and they'd kind of like be stuck in a loop. So at least we give them a chance to go in a different direction, which I think is nice, because that was one of the most sort of irritating things, is when the wolves just keep wandering into camp repeatedly, like they just don't learn. We can at least give the illusion that maybe they learn from their mistakes or something. But the player doesn't know that there are waypoints, or that's all, you know, behind the scenes, right? So it's like, I want to say change direction when entering combat if hunting, but then it sounds like they change direction when they enter combat. It's like, so like pick a different hunting location upon entering combat whilst in a hunting party or something like that. Yes. Sorry, updating my patch notes as I go along. I release more frequent little bursts of patch notes now, As soon as I'm doing the frequent updates on Steam. Actually, the frequency of the updates hasn't changed, but now I'm shooting out some patch notes with each one. Pick a different hunting location upon entering combat whilst in a hunting party. Pick a different hunting location upon entering combat whilst in a hunting party. That's just not too bad. Kind of makes sense. We can cross that one off the list. Or did I already do that? Okay. So we have to figure out what's the next highest priority thing to do. Prevent the moose. Okay, well there's a few changes that I want to make to the spawn system. Those are like easy. And we can knock them all out at the same time. Some of these are actually like bigger updates. Nothing crazy, but a little bit more involved. Okay. So we want to prevent the moose from spawning too close to the wolf dens, if we can. Because if the moose has calves, that means it's aggressive, and then the wolves will just instantly pounce it and kill it. $120, whoa. What? It's already 120, apparently. Am I seeing this right? Yep. 120. Maybe that moose just wandered over there. Okay. Jeez. 120 is quite extreme. It even seems too like it's too much. Could probably get away with 60 or something. Well, no, wait a minute. What's the wolf's perception radius? I think that's bigger than I think it is. I think it's around 45, something like that. All right, I'm gonna leave it. I don't know why that moose got attacked. Maybe it just wandered over there. And so another thing was... so the moose, they have a chance, by the looks of it, a 50% chance. No. Has got... yeah, 50% chance to have calves on spawn if they're female. And I think it should be more like a 33% chance, so we just say... yeah. Slightly reduce the chance for the moose to have calves on spawn. It's kind of crazy that I even gave the animals the ability to reproduce, because you don't spend long enough in a single level to actually see that or experience it. I don't know, who's to say? Maybe some lunatic will play this game who just spends 3 years in the same level for some reason. Or I can make the years shorter. I was saying how maybe I would half the length of the year again, so that a season is only 7 days. But that's... I don't know about that. I should really set that stuff up better so that I can more easily do that. Right now I think I have to update a bunch of different stuff, like I have to update the rate of aging for every different animal instead of just having one global year length thing which I can update. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, you know, the plan is to do this once and never change it anyway, but then you wind up changing it like 4 or 5 times, so you should have probably just set it up that way in the first place. We'll see. There's not much more content that's going into each level, so you're not gonna really oh no, you're not really gonna spend any more time in a single level. The pacing got a little bit better, I think, with the removal of Miracle Fur, which kind of just made it so that you would build camp, you would make camp so quickly, or quite quickly. Now we've removed that and replaced it with Miracle Herd, so the hunters still have to hunt the animals. All you can do is create more animals, really. Slowed things down to where I think it's paced quite nicely now. But yes, I think you spend on average about 2 hours in each level. Probably about that. And there's 11 levels? Am I getting this right? Or is that including the endings? So I suppose there's 9? If you don't include Beginner Island, so we've got like 18 hours of content, maybe. Most of the additional playtime is going to be made up by like achievements and stuff. Different play styles rewarding different achievements, like almost like challenge runs or something like that. What is this? Why is that not a temporary variable? Doesn't seem to have been causing me any issues, but somewhat questionable. The playtest will probably be up until the demo is out, so quite some time. So, do I reduce the number of rabbits per warren, or do I reduce the number of warrens? I reduce the number of rabbits per warren, and I think we have like 12 warrens. Then we'll reduce the number of rabbits in the level by 12. Or if I remove 1 warren, we would reduce it by 6. Plenty of time. Yeah, it's gonna be up, you know, pretty much indefinitely until there's some other version of the game to play. So I wouldn't worry about that. It's been really useful so far getting all the feedback and stuff. Okay, so I'm reducing the number of rabbits per warren by 1. Well, we'll see how that goes. They don't belong to a specific warren or something like that, so they do all tend to wind up clustering together and kind of choosing, because they all want to drink from a stream, and then they choose like the nearest warren to that stream. There are multiple streams, so usually there'll be like 2 big clusters of rabbits in the map, something like that. I guess they can get shuffled around a bit. If they get spooked, they might run to a different part of the map. Anyway, hopefully that'll be okay. We'll have to see. But the rabbit population has been getting a bit out of control, so I need to reduce the starting number of rabbits a bit. We've done that. So we're kind of on to... Okay, well, this is an easy one, but also quite a big one, is to remap the time controls, because right now it's on F9 through F12, and if you press F12, Steam takes a screenshot, so that was not an issue before, but now it is. Now it is. I think this is in the controller actually. I was going to the menu because I was thinking about updating the help menu to reflect the new keybinds. But some of these F keys have like various... Oh, F1 doesn't even do anything? No, it shows the help menu. It's just apparently that's not in here. It's somewhere else, just to be extra confusing. Where is that? Where the hell even is that? It's probably in the pause object, and it's actually like... There it is. It's not an event. Wait a minute, if F1 is help, I can't put the time controls on F1 through 4, which is what I was thinking. I guess I can put it... Oh my god. Well, my only other choice is F5 through F8, really, isn't it? I could just, plus and minus is used for scrolling through your hotbars pages. Some of these have like debug things on them. Stuff for hiding the UI, and stuff for... Yeah, that's basically it. Hiding the UI. One of them for toggling the navigation grid. One of them toggles like a readout of the ID of whatever tile that you're hovering over. I could consolidate 2 of those into one, I think. The one that hides the UI is it's split into 2 right now. F7 is one part of that, I think. Yeah, show the version number and stuff can go in the same one as F3, which is... No, F3 is show the grid. F2 is show stats. We can put this in here. I think I need to close the window. It's gonna be too hot if I close it fully, I just know it, so I closed it a bit. those in the same one. So you got F2, F3 for showing the grid, F4 for showing the tile, and then F7 doesn't do anything now, and then F9, what's F8? Oh, shows the music overlay. Okay. So we got nothing on. I'm just gonna remove this one completely, I think, because I'm not doing anything with music right now. I'd like to keep this little bit of code somewhere though. I'll probably need it eventually. I'll put it in here. It's annoying that F1 is like always the help key, right? Well, I mean, the thing is, the help menu is not even going to be in the final version of the game. For now, we just need to get it off of F12 so it doesn't take a screenshot. So we got I don't have an F5 on here. Oh fuck, wait a minute. F5 and F6 are quick save and quick load. And I don't want to change that, because that's also like... it's just like what that's just what quick save and quick load should be in my head. What if F7 was for help, and then F1 through F4 was the time controls? It's a little bit unorthodox, but why not? Pretty sure that's the only thing I need to change. And then I gotta update the GUI to say press F7 for help, which doesn't sound right. Yeah, also, does it hide the hotbar when you open this menu or something? I feel like this box was too short. Let me just take a look. F7. Yeah, see, it's like too short at the bottom. No, and everything else is still visible. It's okay. So I want to increase this by 16 pixels. And I can only add like 4 more miracles here before I run out of space. I'd have to make it wider, I guess. But I might I might even just work on the tutorial. I might just make the tutorial and then get rid of this completely. Was it 1040? 1040. And it says press F7. And then, well, I might as well change these whilst I'm here. And we just gotta make it work now. Back to controller. And then show tile, show grid, show stats. Shit. Let's change this. Key press? Why is it key press and not key up? Key up F1. Key up F9. Key press F2 becomes key up F2. Wait, no, F10 to F2. Okay, we got those. Okay, I actually have one key spare. Could just move those onto F9 through 11. So they're out the way, and then F8 would be free. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Maybe I'll actually start using WASD now because I'm always reaching across and using the arrow keys. And I think it's probably largely because the time controls are on the right side of the keyboard as well, but it's really uncomfortable after a while reaching across the keyboard like that instead of just keeping my hand in a comfortable place. Okay. So it's a bit weird that help is on F7, but what are you gonna do? It's gonna be completely removed from the game in the end. So I can control time with the F1 through F4 keys. I can save and load F5 and F6. I can open the help menu with F7 and it doesn't look jank anymore. I can... F8 doesn't do anything. F9 toggles the whole UI, not just part of the UI. F10 enables the navigation grid, which kills your frame rate. F11 enables this thing, which tells me what tile I'm looking at, although does it? It just tells you a number. There's probably... I do have macros set up for my tiles now. There might be some way I can use that to get the name instead. It's not a big deal. I never actually use this thing anymore because I don't do anything with tile maps anymore, and I hopefully never will ever again, except for like swapping them out for the final finished tile maps when I'm able to hire somebody to produce those. And then F12, if I was in Steam, would take a screenshot. Okay, great. Alright, we're looking pretty good. So there's a few things here. Increase the maximum capacity of the store, right, because the hunters are just filling it up now. Because we don't have miracle fur anymore. They hunt so much meat. In the process of getting all the fur they need, they just fill up the store. It's probably not a big deal because each hunter has an inventory size of 1024 themselves anyway. But it is kind of weird that they just have a bunch of meat in their inventory because they can't offload it anywhere. The only thing that I really see on here as kind of pressing to do is to make mana regen a passive buff for the shaman. So they pick a mushroom, eat the mushroom, and then they just passively regenerate mana until their mana is full. Interesting thing about that is they could potentially start regenerating mana and then heal somebody and their mana would just keep regenerating potentially indefinitely if they had people to just continue healing. AM Workshop, how's it going? If they kept healing people and depleting their mana, it would just keep regenerating forever, essentially. Right now, regenerating mana is like a state that they're in. It's almost like a concentration spell, right? They have to be actively regenerating mana. The thing I don't like about it is that the shaman picks a mushroom and then you pick them up with the mouse and then that cancels the mana regen because it takes them out of that state, which doesn't feel good. I want to be able to pick them up and move them and still have them regenerate mana. So, for that reason, I think it's the right thing to do. And I suppose it's pretty straightforward, right? We can have a single flag, a single variable that we toggle, called like regeneration, I suppose. Regeneration. What is that from? Quake 3 or something? Regeneration. Yeah, okay, it's pretty easy. Don't say it. Never say that. I imagine this will be pretty simple. We give them the old... Where are we going to put this? In our ocean of variables here. Probably in the tracking. This is where we track things. Well, is it... or is this more of a status effect? It is, really, isn't it? Whereabouts are those? I think they might actually be in here. Yeah, because this was if they're on fire or not. Regeneration. False. And then... So we're basically going to be completely removing the mana regen state from the game. Boom, gone. And then when they actually pick the mushroom, we destroy it, we respawn another mushroom, reset the action timer. Okay, we're not going to do this anymore. We're going to do regeneration. Shit, I have something called regen timer as well. What is that? I think that might be for regenerating health. Maybe this should be called mana regen or mana regen? Mana regen sounds like passive mana regen. Whatever. We set that to true. We do need to save and load that. Where is it? This one. Oh no, on fire is... What the hell is fire? On fire is if they're on fire. What's fire? I have no idea. I don't think I'm even using that variable for anything. So where's on fire? There we go. Bleed tick, on fire, regeneration. 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 Okay, so now we'll save and load that. And And then we're removing that state, and then we need to do like we basically need to do the same effect that this state had, but as a passive thing whenever regeneration is true. Else alarm 7. Oh god, it uses alarms. Okay. Sleep multiplier. What? What? You're telling me they regenerate mana slower if they're tired? Okay. I'm not sure if that's how mana works. I don't know. That seems a little bit strange. They're not performing an action, really. This is some sort of a magical effect that's happening to them. Which I'm guessing happens regardless of whether they're tired or not. Okay. And so what is this? Alarm 7 minus 1, so we just like disable the alarm again. Because this is just for particle effects, right? Basically. Else. So I think outside of this, we want this whole thing to be encapsulated in the regeneration equals true check. Right, and then we probably put this in the end step event. Where do we put this? I think all of this other similar type of stuff is in the end step, so... Wait, this is draw end. See, I made some functions for these other ones. You don't often see that in my code, because most of this code is ancient. And I didn't really know about functions in the beginning. But I guess we can make a mana regen function. We'll go right here. They don't have any passive mana regen. Maybe they should. I don't know. Not too worried about it. Oh god. And the other one's called Effect Regen, just to be extremely confusing. Why wouldn't you specify what you're regenerating, dude? Come on. Effect Mana Regen. And I need that code in there. There it is. Good. And then we do with controller. Controller. Why is it like this? Something doesn't seem right. What's going on? If regeneration equals true, if regeneration is true, then an MP is less than 100, start increasing mana and doing particle effects with this alarm. Else, reset the alarm and regeneration equals false. There you go, I think we did it. Anything else? Anything else we need to do? I think you can actually pick up mushrooms and drop them on the humans. And so that would need to change as well. That's kind of just a planned little Easter egg, like the Easter egg in Black and White, where if you feed mushrooms to your pet, it looks at the camera. Because it's seeing God, right? No, it's not in here, it's... Actually, it's probably in the drop script. Oh, it actually sets their mana to 0. You know, like otherwise it wouldn't really do anything. We could make it so that you can only do this if their mana is already below 100. Which... don't need to do this anymore. This doesn't work. You could feed mushrooms to dead humans with this. Actually. Oh boy. I mean, I guess we can just check if instance nearest human is dead. This is a lot of work for a silly Easter egg that doesn't even really... Well, we could actually... We could kind of... We could kind of do it now, because I added the sprites, right? And they have 8 different facing directions. So we can just get them to sort of face the camera. We can actually do that now. Alright, that makes it all worth it, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, but we don't want to be able to feed mushrooms to dead humans, really. That's a bit strange. That one should be an else if as well, I think. Okay, so, and then, well, we're gonna want to do like a var nearest human equals and P greater than 0. Maybe we should make sure they're not also on fire. For example, although I don't see why you couldn't give mana regeneration to a burning human. The thing is, they don't like stop and stand still anymore. We could potentially put the tripping state back in, but like just as a meme, and it doesn't, like, they can still break out of that state if something else overrides it. But it doesn't take away the regeneration, and all that state really does is make them look at the camera. We can do that. But now, like, everything should interrupt this. And it doesn't do this anymore. Well, all it's going to do is this one, I guess. Okay. And direction. We don't want to be constantly setting it, because it's more efficient to just set it once. Like that. And then so now you can feed them a mushroom, it will give them regeneration, they'll look at the camera, it will update the state name, put them into the appropriate state, but then you could still pick them up and move them, or they could be interrupted by something else, and they would still have mana regeneration all the way up until they have full mana. Right? It's pretty nice. I think that works. Take a look at this one more time. I'm still too cold. I'm going to close this window. Oh, it's going to be boiling in 5 minutes, so just know it. Okay. So they got to be alive. They can't be on fire. Wait, didn't we decide that they could be on fire? It's a bit weird because it would actually remove them from the burning state. But then they would instantly be interrupted and then they would go back into the burning state. We could add an additional check to not do this bit if they are on fire. But you could still give them mana regen if you wanted to. Now let's just make it so you can't do it if they're on fire. Makes sense, right? They wouldn't pick a mushroom and eat it themselves if they were on fire, so why would you be able to give them one? Okay. Am I missing anything? I think we might might be good. I think we need to test it. Oh, wait a minute. Combat interrupt? So, according to this, they can't be interrupted by combat whilst tripping. But we want to change that so that they can. Basically just by removing this. Right? And none of the other gifts have that. So it's just that one. Yeah. Nothing. Okay. Oh, I gotta get something to drink. Let's just test this first. Real quick. Oh. Alright, let's get an injured human on the go, and my shaman will heal them. And then we'll go get some mana. They enter the tripping state, but I can still pick them up, and they're still regenerating mana. Awesome, yeah, that's what I want. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah. Because they'll still hunt mushrooms even whilst regenerating mana. Because they don't have full mana. But we need to prevent them from doing that if they already have regeneration. And you as the player could give them regen whilst they're looking for mushrooms also. So we gotta break them out of that state if they're already in that state. Okay, and then state conditions. MP less than 100. Regeneration false. Bit of a crazy combo that you could do there, where you could just get them to keep healing forever. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be updated. What? Oh, the game's frozen. Oh, that's not good. Shit. Thought we dealt with this. Why is it frozen? Man, we don't want the game freezing. The last thing we want. Yeah, so they can keep healing whilst getting mana regen. And they won't try and pick more mushrooms once they already have mana regen. Why are you still on fire? I thought I just extinguished you. What the hell? Wait a minute. It didn't... Oh, I didn't have enough power to fully extinguish them, that's why. I forgot that we changed it to be like that. Okay. Yeah, but they're like, oh, I'm thirsty, so I'm going to the stream. They don't hang around. I could increase the size of the sphere of influence. Oh my god, there's an aggressive moose on the loose. Alright, maybe not, but... well, if I use test mode, I can just get that miracle. I can get miracle mushroom and then just create some. Right, this is the last test and then I'm gonna go grab a drink. So if I grab a mushroom and then drop it on somebody... Oh. Wait, why did they immediately break out? Oh, because they already have full mana. They already have full mana, right. Oh. Do we just, like, make it drain their mana? I don't know. It seems a little bit problematic, you know? Draining their mana just for some effect. Some sort of amusing... It's like, I don't really want the Easter egg to affect things mechanically. We could use... Okay, we could use an action timer. Should we use an action timer? So just for effect, they will stand there staring at the camera, but they can be interrupted by more important things that they should be doing. So it's more just for fun, if there's nothing else that they should really be doing. So if someone needed healing, the shaman would still heal them, for example. Or if they were hungry or thirsty or whatever, they would still eat and drink. Or maybe we could even, ignore some of those more basic needs. Okay. Portland Shrine. Yeah, I mean, that's true actually. They would still be classed as available. I keep saying I'm gonna get something to drink. I should probably do that. Yeah, what if you... Oh, this is not worth it, is it? What if you, like, feed them a mushroom whilst they're in the middle of some other task? We have to stop them from doing it and remove them from all relevant lists, etc. Well, that's as simple as copying where I'm already doing that, right? So, not too bad. Sweet Jesus. Okay. Everything from here up. I mean, I guess it's fine that, like, it will prevent them from performing certain tasks, because it's on you, isn't it, really? Yeah. Basically all that stuff needs to go in there. doesn't end their path. Gotcha. They have to be standing still already. Okay. Alright. Fun little Easter egg there. It's been a long time in the making. But now that we actually have 8 directional sprites, we can do it. What? Wasn't planning on doing that today, but there we go. Not quite sure how the interrupts should work. Like if somebody needs healing, or if they're injured, or if something's on fire, that will interrupt them. But if there's a shrine, or if the portal is open, or if they're too hot or too cold... Wait, actually, maybe being hot and cold does interrupt them, I can't remember. Anyway, let's just check that works. Give a mushroom to somebody who's moving. Oh, they stopped. Can't seem to do it now. There we go, so it stops them in their tracks, as mushrooms are known to do. I've been stopped in my tracks a few times, pinned to the floor. Jesus, the streams are all really, really far away. That's like max distance. Somebody needs healing, the shaman will heal them. We have 4 shamans, Jesus. They're gonna get a lot of healing then. Oh, the water bearer put them out. I'll go for some mushrooms. See, I just wanted to see, like, I wanted to kind of make sure that... Yeah, so the tripping state is interrupted if somebody else needs healing. So we'll still do that. And they actually continue tripping even if their mana reaches full, because it's not the mana being full that breaks them out of that state. It's just on a timer. But it is a timer that's the exact length of how long it takes to regenerate 100% mana. So it could line up pretty perfectly if they had 0 mana. Okay, that's cool. Alright, I think, well, that's kind of everything that I planned to do today. And it's 5 o'clock, so that's pretty good timing. I'm gonna release this build. And release some patch notes to go with it. I guess should we put that in the patch notes or not? Is that an Easter egg? So it should be secret. Probably secret. Okay. Boom. That is a passive buff now. Well, we could mention that bit, because that's not the Easter egg. Shaman. I mean, it's a generic human thing, but Shaman are the only one who really have mana. Technically, I think everybody has mana, it's just the Shaman are the only ones that use it, and the only ones with a mana bar. I guess yeah. Shaman. Mana regen from mushrooms is now passive. Fuck, I'm saying is now again. You can't say that when writing patch notes, otherwise you always just say so and so is now this. This is now how this works, and you just say now 1,000 times. So how do we say it? Mana regen. Mana regen from mushrooms is passive? That's not much different. Oh well. Is passive. Okay. That's fine. Should I increase the maximum capacity of the store? It's pretty easy to do. Eventually we're going to add decay to the various items, the perishable goods. But until we do that, they can kind of max out the store. Why not? There we go, done. Yeah, I'm gonna do this whole like inventory overhaul eventually. Make a proper inventory system, make it so that items can decay and stuff like that. I've got some other notes here, but I don't think it's super important stuff, to be honest with you. Alright, yeah. We fixed some bugs today, that was good, and we made some nice changes. Okay, let me actually just back this up to the repository. Oh, the game is still freezing occasionally. That's not good. You know what? That could be on me. I changed some values from 120 to 240 today, didn't I? What I should have probably done is change the ones from 240 down to 120. Alright, here we go.
Hello, it's Alexander, and in this short tutorial I will show you how I produce meditation.
It's Alexander. Get out of here, Alexander. It's probably getting stuck doing this or something, I don't know. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Does that make sense? The larger the area, the easier it should be for it to spawn a waypoint now. That is true. It's probably not this. The reason I wanted to use lower numbers here is so that the paths are shorter, which improves performance. We want to keep the paths as short as possible. Don't really know what's causing the freezing. It's quite rare, but obviously we don't want the game freezing at all. No idea. Should I bring those down anyway, just for performance reasons? We can visualize it based on the size of the sphere of influence. This distance here, screen width here is 30, so double that is 60, double that again is 120, so it would be this distance, which is not very long when you think about it. So we're going to spawn a waypoint somewhere around, yeah, 240 is probably better, right? That would take us... Actually, it's probably too big, because that reaches off the edge of the map pretty much. Yeah, let's take it down. Let's just do a global search. Find any with 240. Boom. Done. Nice. Okay. Push this to the repository. I need to remember what I actually did today. Oh yeah, fixed that. Okay, wolves. Fixed. Wolves attacking at range bug. Fixed. Tents not blocking line of sight. Still haven't confirmed that. Haven't confirmed either of these works, but I think it does. Fixed. Tents not blocking line of sight. Oh yeah, fixed. Bug. Say bug. Do I need to say bug? That's kind of redundant. Fixed. Hunters / predators hunting animals with a threat level higher than their own. Fixed. Moose threat level not updating based on HP. Those are all the bug fixes, and we did some changes. I'm still scared about the freaking interrupts. Bleed, cold, fire, heat will interrupt this. Hunger, thirst, sleep, shrine and portal. I perceive it's just a fun Easter egg, right? But I perceive shrine and portal as important, right? The only thing is, if you drop a mushroom on them whilst they're doing one of these things already, then they will just instantly be interrupted and then resume doing what they were doing. That would be true of any of these. We could, for example, check their temperature, check that nothing is on fire, check that they're not injured. Okay, they can't be dead, but they also can't be injured. HP... Wait, what am I saying here? No, their HP just has to be greater than or equal to 100 then, right? So that's that. Cold and hot, what is that? 38 degrees, or... where is that? Oh wait, there's 36 and 39. 39? Really? I thought they died at 39. When did they die of heat stroke? Temperature, no, they gotta be greater than 40 or less than 35, okay. 36 and 39. Temp has to be greater than 36 and less than 39, and then gift equals water bearer and global ds list empty global fire. Or gift does not equal water bearer. Right. Okay, and we could just prevent it from happening if there's a portal open or if they have a shrine assigned to them, right? Or we could just keep those disabled in here. They're not life-threatening, I suppose, like these are. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Alright. Don't forget to crank the version number. Oh, happy day. Hey, we're halfway to version 0.61. Made mana regen passive. Oh yeah, the thing with the wolves, that was pretty big. Respawn. Was it like respawn group waypoint when wolves enter combat in hunting party, something like that. Changed conservation mechanic to be to persist between levels and change based on difficulty. What else did I do today? I feel like I did something else. Oh, I reduced number of rabbits spawned per rabbit warren. Reduced chance for moose cows to have calves on spawn. That's it. Oh, I never wrote this down, but I remembered something else I wanted to do with the spawn system. The obelisk spawning a bit too close to the fishing spots, I thought. 30. I'm kind of surprised though, because it seemed like it was way closer than 30. And 60 seems like it would be too much. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Oh, this one's also 30? Huh. Can't remember what this used to be. Probably 60, I think. Should we just try that? This one can be 30 because this one's for water levels, which have a lot more fishing spots, so we need to reduce that. Just to get everything to fit in the map, really. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the butt that the game is still freezing occasionally. Increased obelisk spawn distance from fishing spots in non-water levels from 30 to 60. Yeah, I think everywhere it's still called the obelisk, isn't it? When technically it's not an obelisk, it's a menhir. It's not an obelisk. It's what's the other one? Obelisk. I've forgotten what the other one is now. There's obelisk, there's megalith. It is a megalith, but it's a subclass of megalith called a menhir. Hey, Stengrim, thanks for the raid, dude. Hope you had a great stream. How's it going? What have you been up to? The Shadow Army ventures into the wild. Let's catch victory and face our next challenge as one. How's it going, guys? Welcome on in. I'm Flames. I'm Making a god game in Game Maker Studio 2. Been working on it for about 3 years now. We've just been fixing bugs and stuff today. Oh, you were playtesting the game? Oh, I missed it. Damn. Well, hopefully I can see the VODs. I hope you enjoyed it and it wasn't too buggy. I've just been making some nice updates today, which I'll be releasing in just a moment. What was I saying? I was talking about obelisks and menhirs, I think. Oh yeah, the GUI. I think it's still referred to as a obelisk everywhere on the help menu, but it's technically a menhir.
Hello, it's Alexander.
He's back.
And in this video, I'd like to show you one amazing...
Get out of here, Alexander. Obelisk, yeah, it still says obelisk. This is why Q was really confused the other day when I kept calling it a menhir, because all he'd been reading was obelisk the whole time. Technically, it's a menhir. That's it, just those 3 references to it, apparently. So that's that. I do think we are going to call it a menhir, because that's what it's called. Just spilled half of that all over myself. I'm extra hydrated. Oh yeah. That's just because I haven't made the sprites for all the like unique drowning sprites yet. But did they stay as a block when you pick them up again? Is that what you mean? Because that is definitely a bug. Why would that be happening? I don't know. Maybe I can look into that. I gotta open the window again. Oh shit, the children don't update when you pick them out the water again. Okay, where is that? I know where that is. Nice find. This is why playtesters are just awesome. Because, I mean, I certainly aren't going to find all this stuff. Okay, you're left pressed. So we have some code somewhere. Here we go. There it is, right there. See, when the child is drowning, it just turns them back into this one. What is it actually called? Oh, because they have genders now, don't they? They never used to have unique sprites based on gender. So we're gonna have probably child male and child female or something like that. Yes. Awesome. Fixed. Alright, I can add that to the list of bugs that were fixed today. Oh, I'm excited to check out the VOD. I'm sorry you got a bit stuck. I know it kind of sucks that there's no tutorial in the game yet. Don't worry, I do plan on putting one in. Drowning child sprite not updating correctly when picked out of the water with miracle hand. Fixed drowning child sprite not updating correctly when picked up. Awesome. Well, there we go. That's the icing on the cake, the cherry on top for today's development stream. Let's commit all of that stuff. Unlocked a shrine somehow, but you had no idea what it was or how to get the miracles. But other than Game of Life change, other than Game of Life change that will come with time, and did enjoy it and feel it has a great future. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get this uploaded to Steam. I had a friend coming over today who was supposed to be here around now, but the trains are all messed up, so he's gonna be late. He's always like shows up super late in the day. Anyway, I mean, he's got to travel, but he also kind of gets up late. So I got like a full day's work in, even though I'm gonna be seeing a friend today. Okay, it helps if I actually compile the game first. Let's do that. Compile with YYC. Package a zip. And I just deleted that. Oh, yeah, I can get it back. Version 0.6.05. That's pretty impressive that you unlocked a shrine without actually knowing how to unlock shrines. That's quite the feat. Alright, I'm probably lagging out. I'm going to be lagging out for a minute while I compile this. Yeah, I was aiming to get all this stuff done by Friday, but I just banged it all out in one day, which is pretty good going. How long have I been going here? 5.5 hours? That's pretty good. Actually a reasonable work day instead of a 12-hour slog. Those are not sustainable. I can't do 12 hours a day every day. That is not on. It's not happening. This is definitely more manageable. And I've got to finish the pitch deck, which I've started working on. Something I realized that I need to talk about in the pitch deck is the endings. Well, the conservation mechanic, which decides which ending you get. And I thought I need like a good screenshot of both of the endings, which means I probably need to make them first before I can do that. So I might put the endings in the game just purely so that I can screenshot them and put them in the pitch deck. Because they're not in there right now. They're in there, but they're just like empty levels. They don't really have all of the stuff that they need. Okay, content builder, content Entheogen playtest. Boom. This This is a bit risky. It's basically completely untested and I'm just uploading it straight to Steam, but let's hope for the best. Steam pipe. Uploading. Success. Default branch. Set build live now. It's probably going to text me, isn't it? Can confirm that there was a 69 in the code. Nice. Boom. Alright. Let's write some patch notes. It's not just that the wolves could attack tents at range, it's that they could just attack at range, potentially. Wolves attacking at range, we can remove the mention of tents. It's really nice putting out these little, patch notes every time instead of once a year when I have literally 10 pages of patch notes, which is a bit extreme. Man, I said you never want to use the word now in the patch notes because it applies to just about everything, but this sounds better if I say mana regen from mushrooms is now passive. Bid now. I can't afford to bid now. How do you expect me to bid with no money? Worshippers. Yes, at wolves, right. That was a pretty huge change. I think that's quite good. Wolves pick a different hunting location upon entering combat whilst in a hunting party. Technically, it's only if the entire party enters combat do they do that. But 99.9% of the time, the entire party enters combat because they have the whole chain pulling mechanic. I changed how conservation works again, so probably need to mention that. Conservation score persists between levels. I've been flip-flopping back and forth on this. Every time I release patch notes, I've changed it back to how it was. Conservation score persists between levels. Conservation score depletes faster or slower based on difficulty. Yes, that's true, and very much untested, but I'm just throwing it in there for now. I have a feeling it's going to be way too hard if you play on, extreme difficulty. It's just going to be insane. UI, sound, spawn system. I did reduce the chance, reduced chance. of, chance of moose cows spawning with calves. Oh my god, I'm hungry. Didn't I like just eat? I don't know why I'm so hungry today. It's crazy. I'm not even training at the moment. I do need to start lifting again though, because my mental health is just terrible. I'm like completely depressed. I was like, why am I so miserable all the time? Oh, I'm not lifting. Obviously. It's just like the ultimate life hack. You just pick heavy shit up and down repeatedly and it just releases all the happy chemicals. It's so OP. Was there anything else that I really need to mention in these patch notes? Oh, no, I mentioned that. Reduce the number of rabbits spawned. That's about it, really. That's all I really need to mention, I think. Okay. Yeah, I finished this course of antibiotics though, and like I'm still sick. I have a headache all the time. It's just super annoying. That's why I stopped lifting, because my head hurts so much. It's a pain in the ass. I'm just formatting this. Boom, preview. Looks good. Nope, there's a typo. Alright. Post. Your patch notes have been successfully posted. Great. Gonna make a little announcement to the Discord. Patch notes. Is that one word or two words? Two words? Patch notes. Yeah, it's two words. Boom. There we go. Well, I hope it's good. I mean, I could run a quick stability test. Oh my god, I crashed Discord again. Why does this keep happening? Every time I try and post these patch notes. Maybe I should run a demo as a stability test. I don't actually want to play it. Wait a minute. There's like a full-on description of the game if I open up the task manager. That's not right. Oh, I should probably change that sometime. How's Steam doing now? Are we good? Did that post go through? Yeah. I'm gonna run a demo. I'm not sure if this picks a random level or not. It would be nice if it did, because I'm always playing in the temperate forest. It's nice to see something different for a change. Oh yeah, we're in the swamp. It's dark as fuck. Oh yeah, there's no drinking water in the swamp, so they're all just gonna die of dehydration. Because the player needs to put down a fountain for them. Well, that's not too good. Well, it hasn't crashed or frozen at least. That's pretty good. I'm burning up. Holy moly. At a temperature for like 6 weeks straight. Constant headache. Brutal. King Cygnus, or is it Cygnus? No, I think it's Cygnus, my bad. How's it going? Guessing you were watching Extengrim playing the game moments ago. Well, this is not going to be the most exciting demo because they're all going to die of dehydration in just a moment. If I really want to get fancy with my demos, I need to write like an AI that plays the game for you, right? So it can show off all the different miracles and stuff. But I'm probably not going to do that. Or not anytime soon anyway. There's a lot more important stuff to be doing. Anyway, I'm glad I got this update out in record time, might I add. Yeah, I need to, honestly, I just need to finish the pitch deck and start pitching publishers and stuff. And try and get some funding. That's what I really need to be doing. I mean, I've been responding to all the feedback from the playtest and fixing all the bugs and updating stuff. It's hard not to, you know. But really my number one priority right now is funding. I need to be able to survive for the next 3 years or whatever whilst I finish it, and I need to be able to hire people to do graphics and sound and stuff. As far as the actual game goes, though, the most important thing that I need to do now is add the new inventory system, I think. It's kind of like, yeah, I want to put the endings in so that I can include them in the pitch deck and talk about them. I can talk about them without being totally complete, I suppose, but it would be nice to kind of show them a bit more complete. If it wasn't for the pitch deck, yeah, it's like I got to do the inventory system, and then I've got to add all the rest of the miracles and creatures to the game, and then I've got to do the endings. And arguably some of the systems like remappable controls and like save file management and stuff is more important than content, even arguably, but I'll probably wind up leaving that stuff until after like all of the content is in, or most of the content is in anyway. But yeah, I'm very much aware that I need to do all that stuff as well. I need to fix up the permissions for Twitch integration. I realize nobody's going to use the Twitch integration right now because it just requests like access to absolutely everything, even though it doesn't need 90% of it, 99% of it. It's just really annoying because you disable, like, I disabled all the stuff that I figured we don't need and just left the stuff that we need enabled, and then it just stopped working completely. So there's obviously something that I think we don't need that we do need, and God knows Twitch isn't going to explain it, so I've just got to figure it out. It's a pain in the butt. I never planned to do Twitch integration, but it's nice. It's kind of like a perfect game for Twitch integration, really. Like, all the chatters can be the tribe, and they can pick their own gifts and stuff, and then the streamer gets to be God. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's annoying because it's just going to be time consuming trying to figure that out when, let's be honest, there's more important things that I need to be doing. And then there's Steam achievements, but that's like once everything else I've been talking about is done. Steam integration, cloud saves and stuff. That's way, way down the line. I thought it was quite funny when Community was like, oh, this should be an achievement. You know, when you unlock your first miracle or something, or, you know, he felt like that should be an achievement. And I agree, but there's just no way that achievements are going to be in at this stage of development, right? That's like way, way at the end. Polishing phase. You know, so much more important stuff that comes before getting the achievements, like making it work and adding the content. But it will be fun when we get them in there eventually. Some, you know, the obvious achievements like unlocking the miracles, visiting each level, beating the game, getting the good ending, the bad ending, but then more fun stuff like different kind of play styles, certain achievements for certain Easter eggs. The play styles is the most exciting thing, I think. Unfortunately, I mean, we could still keep it in there possibly, but it would be like so incredibly difficult to get or to do a pacifist playthrough. It used to be possible because we had Miracle Fur, which would allow you to create fur without having to kill anything. Now it's extremely difficult. It's still possible, but what you have to do is kill steal from the other animals. You'd have to expand the sphere of influence and then like wait for the other animals to go hunting and then steal their kills. And you could get fur that way. But it would take so long and it would be insane if someone actually beat the game that way. But I guess we could, if it's still possible, we could keep the achievement in there maybe. But then there's others like vegetarian run. Actually, how do you do a vegetarian run if you need fur to build stuff and you can't kill anything? See, it's the same problem. Pescatarian run, same problem. Yeah, basically Miracle Fur was in there purely so those achievements could work, because I thought they'd be kind of funny. Without it, we're kind of screwed. Maybe I could put it back in, but like increase the power cost or something, I don't know. Oh, it's a tough one. Triple kill. Holy shit. Thankfully I still have all the code, so I can re-implement it if I need to. I mean, you'd have to do the same thing, right? So it'd be essentially the same as a pacifist run. Well, would it? Yeah, basically. I think for pacifist run you can't do any fishing either, so but pacifist run becomes the same as the vegetarian run. I don't know. I tried to make the follow cam not focus on the dead humans. I don't know why it's still doing that. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did. There's one bug where it just randomly disconnects sometimes, which is really strange. It'll just detach from whatever it's following. I don't know why it does that. I'm assuming it's trying to switch to something that it can't switch to for some reason. But I don't see why it wouldn't be able to switch to something. I don't know. Yeah, that bug has existed for like 2 years and I still haven't fixed it because it's just not important. There we go. They all died of thirst eventually. Some of them are still going somehow. Don't know how. How are they still alive? Oh, there we go. You would have thought they would have all died at exactly the same time. Oh, because some of them got to sleep in the tent, maybe. Yeah, and it pauses the, like, dehydration timer when they're asleep. Yeah. Is somebody dead inside of this tent? I can't press it. I think they're probably sleeping off the sleep deprivation debuff. I think they're still alive in there. They would... If someone dies in a tent, it, like, ejects them. Basically. These are all the funny things that you have to think about, all the edge cases you have to handle for. Anyway, so I think it's going to be quite a bit more playable with some of these changes today and the bug fixes, and I'm hoping it's a little bit more balanced with the changes to the conservation mechanic. There's nothing I can do to completely prevent players from exploiting, I don't think. We can just try and, like, punish them if they do exploit, basically. But I thought about it. I was trying to think of ways where we could completely prevent them from exploiting, but it's just not really possible. The only real... No, I mean, that's not even the reason, really, is it? No, it just can't be done, exactly. This is the best I've got, is that you'll probably get the bad ending if you just kill everything by exploiting. Anyway, it was nice to see a different map for a change. Yeah, these are the endings. Heaven and Hell. There's nothing in there yet, and they're gonna have some special conditions, like the characters can't die in these maps or something like that, you know. Or maybe you can die in Hell still, I don't know. But this is Heaven. It's just like a... I don't know, it looks kind of weird. It's supposed to be, you know, in the clouds. Probably needs a bit of work because it's just a white screen right now. But the idea will be to have a bunch of portals in this level that allow you to travel back to any of the previous worlds. And there'll be a single miracle shrine in this level with miracle rapture, which allows you to rapture everybody back to heaven at any time that you choose. So you can always return again once you've been there once. And it'll be like abundance and eternal life, you know, nobody will get hungry or thirsty or tired, and they'll just live forever. So it's, and you can, like, freely reincarnate wherever you choose. And then Hell. I'm guessing Hell will just have, like, a single portal. I was thinking whether it would be a miracle, but I think that's just a bit too confusing. Plus, like, it's just weird that you would, like, click on the ground to cast a miracle that loads you into a different level, when previously the player has been trained to, like, think, you know, portals. When you think of changing levels, you think portals, right? So I like this map a lot more. It's kind of cool. Maybe it should be a water map, actually, like the swamp and the marsh, so that there's more lava pools in the ground. I think that would look pretty cool if there was more lava pools. They'll probably do that. And it has the heat haze effect in this map. You can kind of see everything's rippling. It's hard to see because there's not much detail. But you can kind of see it there. So yeah, I guess Hell would just be like, you just have to open a portal and it just sends you back to the beginning of the game. Takes away all of your miracles, resets all of your progress, and you have to play the game again. I mean, it's the bad ending, right? But I thought there should be, you know, if you get miracle rapture from heaven, there should be some sort of a unique miracle that you get from hell. But I don't know, if it's going to clear all of your miracles and just send you back to the beginning, then how would you even hold on to it? You know. So maybe there's not actually going to be a miracle in hell. I might put some like demons and stuff, just to make it more difficult to unlock the portal. Otherwise it's kind of boring. But that's scope creep, you know. You gotta make the demons if you want to add the demons. That's the idea for the endings though, anyway. Alright, oh, my keyboard is falling apart. What's going on? Cool. So, yeah, the new version is up on Steam. Hope you enjoy that. Thanks for all the feedback and everything. It's been really helpful. I think I'm gonna head out. Should we raid somebody? Do we still have some viewers here? A couple of viewers. Alright, forget about it. Maybe if I had more viewers I'd raid somebody, but I think we're good. Alright. Thanks for watching. I'ma head out. I'll catch you in the next